All right. Hi, everybody. Hi, Fel. Good to see you. And welcome to me playing the most on my bullshit game I possibly could. Hi, Tara. Yeah, it's Free Space 2 time, and we're gonna see how far I can get in. Oh, this one's free. Thank you, though. Yeah, Free Space 2 is my all-time favorite game still after like 20 years, and I replay it every year to remind myself of why that is after I've played a bunch of other stuff. Hi, dear. I hope you're all doing well. Um, and thanks for joining me on this adventure of me playing this game for the like 20 somethingth year in a row. Okay, let's go. There we go. Wrong button. And I'm the one who made these keyboard shortcuts. I'm smart. And like its predecessor, we start with a big, massive, high budget cutscene, which is in fact the highest budget cutscene in the entire game. Because if I remember right, this game was made in a year back when that was like a thing you could do. And it had a mandate of no expensive cutscenes. Like, there's a reason there is one human model in the entire game. Everything had to be done cheap, and that is the doyleist explanation for why almost everything from the first game exists in the second game. But it also ties into the narrative pretty well. And now another thing that I want to make sure that is known about this cutscene is the big Orion class destroyer that's in it. That is not the Galatei. This is not, in fact, a like souped up version of that part of the Battle for Deneb. This is a different destroyer called the Legion, and one of the one of the community campaigns decided to canonize this as part of the Galactic Terran Intelligence's resource pool and make it the reason for the Silent Threat expansion existing the way it does. But I am not streaming original Silent Threat because it's a mess and very tedious in a not fun way. So we're doing right into Free Space 2, like so many people do. And one of my other favorite things about this sequel is how far it takes place into the future.
Years have passed since the Great War. The Shivans vanished half a lifetime ago. And now, we live in the mausoleum of history. civilization, of cities with spires that reached the sun, of a blue planet with vast seas, of people with myths of humanity everlasting, of children who saw in the embers of dying stars the destiny of their race. And they hurled themselves into the void of space with no fear. They say our people have no present, only a past filled with horror. And a future they can only dream of.
Free Space 2. This time we hired a writer, can you tell? Oh, yes. This game has so much writing.
Alliance. To guard the tomb of space. And to find within its cold expanse the salvation of our race.
Like, in terms of just prose quality, this game has some of my favorite turns of phrases in it, like, ever. Like, we live in the mausoleum of history is an incredible turn of phrase that I've, like, never heard anywhere else, and I'm really sad because of just how fucking good it is. Oh yeah, that planet sure had life. It sure doesn't anymore. Yes, I will turn this campaign on and get the pretty screen. Make sure I'm not. Yeah, cool. All right. That should all be good. And I'm also not going to do the tutorial because I already did the tutorial in FS1 and it's basically the same. But the one thing they do is they don't immediately toss you into the tutorial. They actually give you a little bit of setting before then. And also, the game does hint at you that it assumes that you've played the first game with the way this is framed, because they're giving you story first and then saying, oh, you can do the tutorial, rather than, here's the tutorial, motherfucker, you don't know anything. Also, we have so much more voice acting in this game. Instead of like 5 people, we have like 15 now. So yeah, Earth is gone. We don't know what happened to it other than we can't get there anymore. And also, how we know it's 30 years in the future is you can do VR training instead of we're taking you out in this crummy spaceship with a drill instructor. It looks exactly the same, because why would we make an entire separate thing for just training? But it's a nice little touch. Now, there's another little detail to point out here with we are authorized to do things, not so much we are getting newly available things as they are manufactured, because the military has been built up already and is And already has a bunch of resources because why would we do something different for training? A question Kojima never once asked himself. So I will not get my pilot's wings, but it's fine. And hey, we get Admiral Robert Loggia because we could afford like 2 actually famous people for this. He does. I like his performance in this. It's just like a put upon tired old man. It's good. So, I mentioned on the FS1 streams that I was gonna talk way more about Legend of the Galactic Heroes with this game. And here we go. We got the human supremacist fascists led by an admiral fighting a civil war against the excuse me, against the also fascist but not quite as fascist Galactic Terran Vasudin Alliance. But yeah, there's so much more text in this game than the previous one. Like, there's so much more in the way of big narrative beats. So there's a detail that I will talk more about when we get to it, specifically about the Vasudins and the way this whole relationship has worked, because there's this undercurrent in Free Space 1 of the Terrans having a significantly more powerful military and generally better technology, more like general warfighting ability. That is not necessarily true anymore. But yeah, the first things we're gonna do is fight the NTF and deal with the fascists, or the other fascists, more like. And the first thing we do is escort refugees. Like, this game, even more than the first game, is like, we are gonna do a very grounded war. The humans were unique in their militaristic fascism. A little bit. So this is basically like a mission from towards the end of Free Space 1. Just the first thing we're doing is tossing you in, and you're protecting your allies instead of anything else. And we are not using heat-seeking missiles. Heat-seeking missiles are still garbage. But there is one very important thing about Free Space 2's dumbfire missiles compared to Free Space 1's. You can carry a goddamn huge amount of them, and sometimes it is the best thing to put in literally any ship's missile banks just because of how much sustained damage they can do. So yeah, that's fun. And let's just get right into it. And so this is a thing, because Free Space is one of the first games I like really played, and it does so many escort missions. Like, it's constant escort missions, and and they're generally like well designed. So I never really understood everybody else's hatred of escort missions until I played a bunch of other games, because it's like, oh, that's just a thing you do, and they're like large things that move towards the waypoint, and that's just like the geometry of the mission. No, it's very different. When you're not in space combat, because with pretty rare exception, the free space escort missions aren't super. They have a pretty wide failure margin relative to a lot of other escort missions. And like, they can certainly go badly, but escort missions like stealth kind of has its place and works in different contexts. It's just most games aren't space games anymore. Yes. So it's not just pathfinding, because like, you can do perfectly fine pathfinding with the right tools. It's much more the ships you escort in free space are generally fairly capable of taking care of themselves enough. Like, they won't just immediately fall apart when they're attacked. Like, they're all designed to take some hits and be okay. Because, like, they're big spaceships. Why wouldn't they? Yeah, and like, I also wish more games and more devs even like knew this game existed to look at for how it, not necessarily for exactly what it does, because nobody is making space games anymore, but its ethos about how it uses everything is still like unmatched in my opinion, which is why it remains my favorite game. Also, when you're a little kid, what's gonna happen right now is super fucking cool. But once you like really think about what's going on, this is an incredibly horrifying moment to just have in the like first mission we ever throw you into. Also, the space vacuum cleaner is a very good destroyer. So capital ship combat, very different than the like battleship broadside slow ass things. Instead, we have disco battles.
Negative, Vasutin. The NTF is the only legitimate authority in this system. Surrender or be destroyed, Belisarius. This is your final warning. Your posturing insults us both, Vasutin. I will not give up my ship. As you wish. Gunnery control.
So the first thing we see is that we're using Shivan weapons on our capital ships to kill each other. After these are the things that lost both the Terrans and the Vasudans their homeworlds. And this is just the way things are now. And yeah, like with the context of the first game, that being one of the first things that happens is chilling. Yes, we learned all of the wrong lessons, such as surely if we also put giant lasers on our ships, things will get better. And yeah, this game is both about like the rise of fascism and how fascism works, because that's what the NTF is. But they're also, because like one of the things that I think the lead writer for this talked about was being very heavily inspired by all of the news coming out about the war in Bosnia in the 90s, and like they were constantly hearing about it while they were working on the game. And I think he mentioned that one of the like ideas they wanted the game to like really think about was how do you convince people to like attack and sell out their neighbors? And that's basically where the NTF comes from. But yeah, then it's also more like grandly about taking everything that happened in Free Space 1 and doing the wrong things with it. And yeah. Same era and inspiration as Tactics Ogre? Wait, Tactics Ogre is also like partially inspired by the breakup of Yugoslavia? Shit. Okay, that's cool. I have not. Dear, there are so many games I haven't played because this was the one game I had like access to growing up. I didn't get a console until 2006. And I didn't have a computer that could run anything that wasn't like as old as Free Space 2. And finding anything else I could like run on it was really hard because CDs got hard to find, and like, yeah. But hey, it's logistics time.
Okay, Alpha Wing, let's take out the fighters and freighters. Beta will scan the cargo. Watch those sentry guns. Beta Wing, target cargo units and close in to scan. Optimal distance is 150 meters. Alpha 1 and Alpha 3, target the fighters.
Objective neutralized. There's some kind of shielding on these units. Our sensors can't penetrate.
Acknowledge Beta. Abort the scan and engage the enemy.
What about a recovery out?
Negative, Beta. Command will not risk recovery in that asteroid belt.
Yeah, our first two missions are help refugees and fuck up logistics. Plus some other like set pieces, but we're taking all the stuff that was particular to Free Space 1 and like diving into it harder, because again, we are a horror game, not a power fantasy.
We have secured
But it sounds like I should play Tactics Ogre at some point.
Alpha and Beta. Destroy the cargo unit.
Hold on, Alpha. Long-range sensors are picking up another hostile target 3 kilometers from your position.
I'm reading nothing here, Command.
You're detecting a faint EM signature from one of the asteroids. Transmitting coordinates now.
I'm still not getting a clear read. There's too much interference.
There should be a flashing red blip on the radar screen on your HUD. Maneuver your fighter until this blip is centered in the radar. This will point you in the right direction.
It's a large asteroid, Command.
So the other thing about this is that I really like Command. Oh, that wasn't there before, was it? One of the things that I really like is Command tells you to blow up the cargo and then immediately like ignores that and says go do something else. Because their agenda is absolutely fucked. And this is part of why the NTF is even like allowed to exist. But this is a big spooky thing.
Command, the target has turrets and a fighter bay. It must be a rebel installation.
We're scrambling
A rebel installation, you say?
Delta Wing, now on station, awaiting orders.
Command, I'm picking up incoming hostiles.
Engage and destroy those fighters. We need to clear a path for Delta Wing.
This is Manuel Bosch of the Neo-Terran Front. Allied fighters, break off your attack.
Command, the rebel leader is on that base.
Disregard that transmission, Alpha. Admiral Bosch is in the Polaris system. This must be a decoy.
You destroy this installation, you sign the death warrant of our race. I demand unfettered access to the Sirius jump node.
There will be no negotiations, Bosch.
Listen to me. If my safety is guaranteed, I'll withdraw my forces from Deneb.
Pilots, destroy that installation. You have your orders.
Hostiles approaching fast.
Oh, another fun thing. So the ship that I'm flying, the Myrmidon, one, it's a space superiority fighter that gives us 6 hard points right off the bat. And it's also unique as a fighter because it has 3 missile banks instead of 2. Like pretty much everything else that's a regular fighter.
All hostile fighters have been neutralized, Command.
And it's also able to carry the most powerful bomb in the entire game. Which a lot of people have speculated was that it was originally supposed to be a heavy bomber, but they turn it into something else, and we have this weird space superiority fighter out of it. It's breaking apart. Oh dear.
That's not an installation. Disable the engines of that warship. Do not let them escape.
There's no time, Command. The vessel is powering up its subspace drive.
Yes, let's disable a capital ship with 5 engine subsystems with 2 wings of fighters and 2 bombers. That's totally how that's gonna work. And now, one of the other interesting things about Free Space 2 narratively is that if you've played Free Space 1, you know the systems well enough to see through Command's bullshit constantly. Whereas if you've never played the game before and have no context, what they're doing might not stick out quite as much, which is an interesting little bit of making the first game, like making the experience in the first game matter more. So yeah, ETAC, that is a thing that's going to be popping up, and we don't know what it is. It's just a secret fascist thing. Maybe it's a weapon, who knows? Also, nobody cares that I destroyed all the cargo. The game cares, but not my CO.
Intelligence has tracked Admiral Bosch's command frigate, the NTF Iceni, through subspace. We have vectored its course to the Sirius jump node. The 53rd is being scrambled to...
So remember our ability to, like, go fight the Lucifer in subspace and all that? We're just not gonna do that with this, even though he's the fucking Civil War's leader. Like...
Engage full routers and intercept the Iceni.
It's funny that they picked Iceni for the name of their capital ship.
We're 5 clicks from that Corvette. Those coordinates you gave
In what way, Fel?
us a chance of catching that ship.
You have your orders, pilot.
Command, where's the blockade? Why isn't the Alliance guarding this node?
Our line of defense has been reprioritized for engagements elsewhere in the system.
That would be efficient. Command can't allow it. Supremacists tend to be fixated with Romans. So this is true, but what is... So the Terran military...
Engage subspace drive.
So the Iceni got famous for resisting Rome. And what is a lot of Terran equipment named after? And what are all of the Vasudan ships named after? Because that'll give you a clue as to why it's called the Iceni and why it also looks the way that it does.
Bosch escaped. What are you talking about? They pulled the blockade. They gave us the wrong coordinates. There's no other explanation.
Alpha 2 is right.
Why would they let him go? You tell me, pilot. I'm informed on a need-to-know basis.
Alpha 2 is absolutely right.
Why did we attack the Iceni? Why did we destroy that cargo? I can live with being a pawn if the game makes sense.
I am with Alpha 2 on all that.
Escape the asteroid depot. Destroy those ships before they reach the node.
Beta wing here. Target acquired and closing in.
But yeah, like already so much more story and like acting happening just in missions, let alone everything else. Yes, Alpha 2 is absolutely going to get screwed by this. And yeah, like, you can tell
Cruisers have jumped in.
from so many points that they do have a writer and like someone
Fighter escort
in charge of keeping track of everything, and
fighter wings with an effective range of 1,500 meters. Lure the escort away from the cruisers before you engage.
also like someone specifically in charge of writing dialogue and things, because it's both like snappier and conveys way more information about what's going on than most of the stuff in Free Space 1 like ever did. Ouchie. Oh god. So yeah, capital ships have flat guns and anti-fighter beams now. So they are much better at their own defense too.
Impervious objective has been neutralized. Return to base, pilots. The Aquitaine is shipping out.
And we're also shoving you next to capital ships way more frequently in this game too. Big explosions, way more capital ship combat, way more effective capital ship combat.
No explanation, either on or off the record, for what happened out there. I assume we'll be informed on a need-to-know basis. Good job neutralizing.
You are not important enough to know anything, and neither is your CO. Not that he can tell you anyways.
I've recommended your transfer to 107th Ravens. They lost many good officers in Deneb, and they could use someone with your talents. They're a top-notch unit. I know you'll make us proud. Good luck with your new assignment.
Another big change is that you actually have like squadrons with purposes. Because like the implication is with this that the Hammerheads, like that you Alpha 1 in the previous game were in that squadron, or you got transferred there once the Bastion got destroyed. That's the implication anyways. But now like you get little arcs with each of these other squadrons to give you more flavor and more expectations about like what's going on, what your purpose is, and sort of introduce all the different types of things to you.
The 107th is a heavy assault squadron, so our fighter of choice is the Hercules Mark II.
And we get new ships much faster than before.
Speed and maneuverability without sacrificing loadout. The Herc has only 2 missile banks, but its ordnance capacity is greater than the Myrmidons. The original Herc
So this is this game's Athena bomber. That's actually almost exactly what it is. Just a little bit slower and better weapons compatibility.
and energy management. The Herc 2 is slower than the Myrmidon you've been flying with the 53rd, so learn how to evade missiles and equalize shields. These skills will help you push your fighter to the limits. Master them, and the life you save may be your own.
All right, so if y'all remember, the Prometheus was one of the last weapons that we got in Free Space 1. It's pretty good. It's not as good as the Avenger just for like general purpose, but like it's got good hull damage. And importantly, it used argon for being able to work properly. And in Free Space's universe, argon is something that's really hard to find and only is like easily accessible in Earth's solar system. So they had to make a really, really bad version of it as part of trying to keep producing this weapon. It is literally the worst gun in the entire game, and the NTF uses it a lot, probably a little bit for balance reasons, but also because, hey, it's a thing that's tied to Earth, and we need to hold on to that as hard as we fucking can. We're also given the best dogfighting missile in the game immediately. And hey, remember the Hornet, that swarm missile? Well, we overproduced them, and now it's a problem because these things are a piece of garbage. They serve no purpose. And yes, it's the Prometheus's shitty cousin. And we do get some additional things about it. Yeah, they decided to make bad knockoffs instead of scrapping it. Yes. So the other fun thing is the Subak is a slightly worse weapon than the Avenger was. It has less range and doesn't do quite as much damage. But it's new, therefore we need to use it. And hey, the Sheevens are back. So we apparently 15 years ago missed an entire fucking subspace portal. Oh, there is absolutely an undercurrent of getting military contractors paid. And so the other funny thing is that if you play Free Space 1, you know that the Avenger is literally the most important weapon development in the entire game. By the time we get to Free Space, and also the Avenger had some relationship with the Visudans. By the time we get to Free Space 2, we have completely forgotten about the Avenger, and the focus on like what won the Great War is the Prometheus, which you get only very late in the game and is a much more specialized weapon. So we've completely tossed like the actual history of the Avenger and all of that drama as being something the military cares about, in favor of the thing that is tied to Earth. If that don't say fascist, I don't know what does. Also, the Sheevens have new fighters. And the new fighters are really scary. And we get to go blow up a cruiser now. This will be fun. But yeah, like, all of this is stuff that is thematically relevant to, like, Legend of the Galactic Heroes, especially the military having interests, or being used at least, in ways that don't actually make sense with, like, military objectives. Dropping the efficient design for one of your buddies made reminds me of the entirety of Italian activity in World War II. Uh-huh. So they default you to loading out with the fucking Prometheus R. Its hull DPS is okay. Its shield DPS sucks. Look at the Subox DPS numbers. Literally better in every single way than this goddamn weapon. Like, it's just incredible. And uses more power, shoots slower, same range. Like, it is a truly awful piece of equipment. Also, they really want you to use Hornets because they overproduced them. It is... okay. It is literally better to put the Disruptor, or this game's Disruptor cannon, onto one of these ships just so there's more shield damage. It's just incredible. Just incredible.
Command, this is Alpha 2. We're in. I've got a visual on the subspace portal.
How many hostiles in sensor range?
One wing of Maras, closing in fast. The behemoth is 2.5 clicks out. 2 freighters and half a dozen cargo units are in the depot area. Engaging enemy now, sir.
Destroy those fighters. The Shivas will send reinforcements so let's secure this area as quickly as possible.
The Maras are too fast. I can't get a lock.
Ouchie.
Excellent work, pilots.
If you hear me hitting a button constantly, that's the equalize shields button. Alright, we've murdered a bunch of Shivan personnel. The Beretta 38 was the most celebrated submachine gun in World War II. Everyone loved it. And Mussolini retired it in favor of the Carcano, which was worse and more expensive. Incredible. Gotta do the important thing of scan all the cargo.
Hold your position, pilots. We are now deploying the Carthage and the Dashur.
This particular mission is also something I wanted to make a little side story to.
Take evasive action, pilots. Help is on the way.
There's too many of them! Send in the Carthage or get us out of here! Roger that.
Y'all need to get the fuck over here.
Will emerge from subspace momentarily. Stand by.
Actually, no. You all need to defend yourselves.
Broken off their attack. They're heading for the Carthage.
Oh my god, ow. Jesus. So these bombers got introduced in Silent Threat. And if you thought the Nephilims were scary, these bad motherfuckers are scarier than just about everything else in the game. As you can see with how much damage they can take. Oof, we got through that one okay.
All hostiles have been neutralized. Now deploying Delta and Epsilon waves.
Oh, let me go blow up this last cargo container. Because why not? No booby traps for anyone.
You survived your first sortie against the Shivans. Though we had only a small opposing force to contend with.
Is it because a pilot died over nothing? No, it's because we stole a bunch of Shivan tech. Yeah.
The Shivan Kane cruiser and its complement of fighters might have destroyed these vessels had we not intervened. Well done, pilot. A joint
There's a little bit of hyperbole there, given we had a Corvette right there, but also the Shivans are much scarier in this game than the previous game. Because everybody's got beam cannons now.
hereby awarded the Allied Defense Citation.
Damn, we're already getting medals. Like, 5 missions in, 6 missions in. Where's your crossover with Heart Space Shipbreaker? That would be fun.
is now examining the subspace port.
That would be cool.
Scientists have ruled out the possibility that devices of Shivan origin. Dr. Mina Hargrove, leader of the research team, has issued a report of his
More water.
an excerpt of this report follows.
The subspace portal is unlike any Shivan construction we've yet encountered. For Shivan's
Oh,
demonstration
thank you for the streech.
all Shivan technology possesses certain distinctive properties. Elsewhere for the portal's origin. We do know that the device is on the order of several thousand years.
The field generated by the portal components creates a subspace vortex, connecting one part of the universe to another. Dr. Hargrove theorizes that whoever built this device may have used it to stabilize a jump node on the verge of collapse.
Well, that's sure something everybody in Terran space wants. Is a way back to Earth.
Our own portal, we might be able to reopen the soul jump node in Delta Juventus. Since the destruction of the Lucifer caused the node to collapse 32 years ago, Earth has remained isolated from the GTVA. We might also be able to stabilize subspace nodes that are currently too volatile for travel.
Yeah, exactly. Fascists gotta reclaim the motherland. Because, like, this is the thing underlying every decision that gets made in this game. At least from the Terran side.
Of the Shivan presence there. Above all, we must prevent the Shivans from returning to Gamma Draconis. Because the portal will remain active while the research team studies the technology, our systems are vulnerable. Allied Command has deemed this an acceptable risk given the potential benefits.
This is so important that we're not gonna bother, like, actually seriously fighting the Civil War with the, like, even worse fascists. Hey, remember Earth Pilot? I'm 20. No. Yeah, so yes. That's the other thing, is all the people who are invested in this are using the people who've grown up without that to chase nostalgia, basically, and not live with the current circumstances. And God, yeah, that. And we hear at the very beginning of this game that the, like, generation that we, the pilots, are presumably a part of is called, quote, the Lost Generation, because we are the ones who don't know anything about Earth beyond what we've heard in stories and history books and whatever. And so to tie this back into Legend of the Galactic Heroes, one of the biggest subplots of that series is the terrorists who want Earth to like become important and central to galactic politics again, manipulating everything to try and make that happen. Because Earth is like a dead, uncared for planet by the time Legend of the Galactic Heroes takes around, or Legend of the Galactic Heroes takes place. And this is like right after that initially happens. So you have that one generation of people who remember what Earth is, forcing everyone else to play along and try and deal with it, basically. So in many ways, this is an extremely millennial game, too, because we have the Terran government forcing us all to chase the specter of Earth, whether or not it actually is good. Our bosses are space boomers trying to make Earth great again. Not so much even Earth great again, but like they don't know how to function without it. And now it's our problem and they're fighting a goddamn civil war over it. Okay, so this moment here is really cool for many reasons. One, we have the nebula, which is one of the best space game environments ever. And two, that little effect there is just the Aquitaine being rotated a little bit rather than anything like super special happening. It's just rotate the Aquitaine a little bit to give you the illusion of you being able to like vertically take off. Huh, I don't remember you being able to see that far ahead. I wonder if there's some weird rendering stuff happening. Oh my god. So I did turn something off that I normally don't turn off. And since we're going to be in the nebula for a bit, I might turn it back on. And I'm going to need to, like, turn the game off to do that. Because old game needs launcher. Because, yeah, normally you can't see that far. Normally you can't see that far in the nebulas. Because, yeah, this should be, like, almost impossible to see anything in. But for some reason, I can see silhouettes really well, and I'm not sure why.
This is Allied Command. Please respond.
I'm picking up something on sensors. I can't get a lock.
Iota Wing, investigate Kappa's last waypoint. The ionized field is interfering with our transmission.
But yeah, let's just like go fuck around in this nebula, because why not?
There's gotta be a base or destroyer in this nebula somewhere. Those spiders couldn't survive out here on their own.
This nebula could be 10 or 20 light years in diameter.
Actually, I'm gonna change the thing now because I do want to make sure, I do want to see if like I can fix the nebula looking a little funky, because it's such a good effect. I want to show it off properly. Yeah. Okay. Let's boot this back up. Yeah, one of the unfortunate things about this game is that you can't change the settings for most of the stuff in game. Okay.
Iota Wing,
There we go. That's better.
Kappa Wing, you have clearance.
That's much better.
Zeta Wing, go. Alpha Wing, go.
Because I want the nebula to look right. And get across just how fucking cool it is, because yeah, the
Alpha, form up on Zeta. Follow Zeta 1.
the not being able to see anything except from like
Spider, and try to keep up. Boost your engine power, be ready to hit your burns, because we're gonna get through this one.
a couple 100 meters
Keep a tight formation and look out for each other. Let's
is so cool. And like, this is one of the best additions they ever made to the game.
How are we supposed to get a visual confirmation? I can't.
And I know one of the things that I've mentioned to Freya about Free Space 2's plot is, if you're familiar with like zone fiction, so that's like Roadside Picnic, Stalker, Metro 2033 to some extent, Other Side Picnic, of course, and one day I will help make a mod that uses the Free Space 2 Nebula as Other Side Picnic fanfic setting. But anyways, like, the way Free Space 2 uses the nebula, you are told a zone fiction story from the perspective of someone who has no investment or draw to the nebula, and you're being carried along by a bunch of other people who are way more interested in that sort of thing. Especially Bosch. Like, I think I briefly mentioned I wanted to do a little story building off of the previous mission, because there is a hint based on this mission that Bosch was the one responsible for the portal being active and also the Shivans coming back.
I'm picking up something on sensors. I can't get a lock.
Isn't this so much more effective when you can't see anything? So like, one of the other things that actually being in the nebula has to do with Legend of Galactic Heroes actually is, it is one of the ways to let there be ambushes in a world where we have really, really good sensors and everything. Because like, one of the things with Legend of the Galactic Heroes is you can have flanking and a lot of other military tactics that rely on like not being able to see very well in space, which is an interesting thing. In log, it's ECM is just so fucking good that you can do that. And in free space, they shove you into a fucked up nebula where anything can happen to do that instead. And it works so well to me. Because, like, the other thing about being in the nebula is it's disorienting in a way that you don't get with the rest of the game, necessarily. Because, you at least have, like, the sun for, figuring out, like, sort of where you are in the space you're in. And in the nebula, like, you have the sun, but there is nothing else. It's just soup in front of you. Also, one of the things to put a pin in from this mission is we just had one of our search wings just vanish. Nothing, we just don't know anything that happened. They're just gone now.
Recognize the configuration. Is it a Rakshasa or a Kane?
Negative, Command. It's a Terran cruiser, Fenris class.
What the hell is a Terran cruiser doing out there?
Vicinity. Hail them, pilot.
This is Zeta Wing of the 107th Ravens, GTD Aquitaine. Please identify yourself. This is Captain Arthur Romig of the GTC Trinity. We have sustained heavy damage, and our jump drive is inoperative. We need immediate assistance.
Your designation is incorrect, Romig. Your ship defected to the NTF 10 days ago. You have been stripped of your rank and citizenship.
So this is the other reason
Or be destroyed.
that I really want to make a little mod about these events, because
What's your status?
my read of this situation is that the Trinity and Romig's defection is all a giant ruse to infiltrate the NTF. And Bosch sees through that and sacrifices the Trinity to open up the portal and go through it as like a vanguard, because if they get killed, who the hell cares? They were spies anyways. And it's like, this is part of why this game is so freaking good, is
They should be arriving momentarily.
they tell you a lot of very interesting tidbits and are content to just let it sit there and stew. Because they have their, like, grand overarching story to tell. But they are more than happy to give you, a person with the editor, plenty to latch on to with the setting. So, like, it's a perfectly complete story by itself, but, with, what am I trying to say? With the way that it's written, it's extremely inviting for, like, fanfic, mods, all of that, because they have so much juicy stuff constantly that they don't ever fully expand on. It's like, hey, you can make a mod about almost any detail they come up with and drop, you could make an entire micro campaign just about that.
Away from the Trinity pilots. That ship won't survive another attack. Give us a time estimate, Discovery.
And this is also why, in some ways, one of the best things that ever happened to the franchise is that it never got a third game, because it's now just like completely open season on fan work, and the narrative is just so set up for invitation. Hey Darius, wouldn't surprise me if Bosch rotated some loyalists to the Trinity to make sure the portal went active, to keep an eye on the crew. Oh, totally. Yeah. Because, like, there is absolutely a bunch of plotting going on that we can't see.
Incoming jump signature. Hostile configuration.
Oh god, the dragons showed up. And we're back to stuff being extremely bad when the dragons show up. I love that the way that they ensure that this mission goes a particular way is that they just toss a bunch of dragons at you at the end, and it's like there are too many of them for anything at your disposal to ever take out. And they also restrict your loadout in just enough way to make sure that you can't kill them that quickly. So it's a little more elegant than Out of the Dark, Into the Night, which is where the Shivans blow up the science vessel in their little introduction.
What was the Trinity doing out here? And what does Bosch know about the subspace portal? All patrols.
Oh my god. Tara! Tara, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Gosh. Oh, thank you for the gift sub.
When our reinforcements arrive, we will move against them.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like my emotes. Noel did such a good job on both my emotes and my model. And alright, so the Shivans are in the nebula to the point where we have to fight an entire war against them now. Hey, monologue.
The Sudan scientists discovered the remnants of an extinct civilization we now call the Ancients. In here we found the secret to defeating the Shivans. How close did we come to being a footnote in the history of the future species that would happen upon our ruins 10,000 years from now? Would they indulge in the fiction of their own immortality until the Shivans came for them? And how long had this gone on? Did the ancients stumble upon the monoliths and the tombs of their predecessors in this distant corner of space, dismissing the warnings carved in the walls of the sepulchre? And when the destroyers came at last, what did the ancients think as they sifted the cremation of dust and bones, staring into the mute remains for a key? Some solution to their plight. What if there had been countless races, stretching back into infinity, and like the 9 cities of Troy, each civilization had been once the Sea of Stars woke the dragon that slept beneath the waves. That the Shivans were birthed from the flux of subspace, and their destruction was the revenge of an angry cosmos.
With recent victories in the Civil War,
Them getting Ronnie Cox to be Bosch was such a good choice. I love this performance so much. And I mean, we're back to speculating about the Shivans, and that's all it is. Like, he's probably the one who knows the most about them, and all he can still do is guess and bring his own assumptions to the table, basically. Because, like, I really like, in that particular little monologue, the allusion to Troy is like, maybe this is the way the galaxy works, but it's at such a cosmic scale that, like, we will never know. As historians of this setting, like, we won't know, because all we have is some fragments of what came before one civilization got annihilated, after they had been doing annihilating for probably a few hundred years. And there is a lot of connective tissue to something like Mass Effect, but it's not like the way Mass Effect does this does not have the same, like, classiness to it, because they are treating, like, they are talking about the Reaper motivations from a more, like, objective angle in Mass Effect. Compared to the Shivans, it's constant speculation, and that's the only thing that you get. Whereas there is some sense of objectivity in Mass Effect, and that's probably one of the worst things they do in to the Reapers, because it collapses them into something, like, defined. And here, the Shivans are a vessel for everyone to fill up with their own thoughts and opinions. And hey, it's hubris time, everybody. The Shivans fought nothing but great war relics. We are gonna show them who's boss using their own technology against them. Something, you can't destroy the Master's house with the Master's tools sort of deal. Now there's also something. So I rewatched Knives Out recently because I've now seen Glass Onion twice, and it's fucking amazing. But just the where this mission points me to reminds me a lot, actually, of one of the morals of Knives Out, which is to succeed, you do not have to play by other people's rules. Specifically, I'm thinking about, what's it called? Marta talking about why Harlan can never beat her at Go. And it's because she doesn't care about winning, she just wants to make a pretty pattern.
Continue on your current heading. If you need to rearm pilot, now would be a good time.
And where we are in Free Space 2 is we are
30 years ago, it's a
playing by the Shivans rules
No shields,
in such a way.
guns, no beam cannon.
Well, we did have shields for part of it.
vanished without a trace 5 clicks from the Aquitaine.
The patrol found the NTC.
So there's, again, thinking about like this game's
Hey, Command, you gonna tell us what the rebels are
interest in the way like history carries forward. The whole no shields, no beam cannons, no flat guns thing does feel a little bit like revisionist history with the way that all of our pilots are being taught. It's like we were there. We could absolutely, like, if you played Free Space 1, you were there and know how things like actually happened. And I mean, like, I can say as someone who just played Free Space 1, there were absolutely shields
The Seraphim are history. Well done, pilots.
back then. And yeah, we didn't have beam cannons, but that's not what won the war. So like that comment sticks out as very... Somebody is teaching history in a particular way. God, the beam cannons in the nebula where you can barely see is so good. Like, God, I love the way this looks. It is so perfect.
We're almost there. Nice completed. Calling in support. Where? What is it? I can't get a visual.
Well, they did say there was a giant Shivan force here, and that there might be a destroyer somewhere.
Can you get a closer look, Lysander? All vessels return to base. We need to regroup. Get out of there, pilots.
Well, so much for modern firepower. You know?
The Shivan warship we encountered has been designated the
So much for new firepower.
deployed to engage this
When we found one destroyer and it instantly vaporized one of our most advanced pieces of equipment.
getting their base of operations difficult.
And this was all
Hoped our offensive against
a feint. This was all a goddamn ploy
under these circumstances
because surely the Corvette,
save that Corvette from destruction.
surely the Corvettes could stand up to Shivans from last war. Like, surely we could defeat a Lucifer. Well, they have things that are scarier than the Lucifer, it turns out. The Lucifer ain't shit in Free Space 2. So we designed a bunch of stuff to fight the last war. And this will be a theme that continues throughout this entire game.
The SD Ravana has deteriorated. We've lost the GTD Delacroix, and the surviving warships in the battle group are damaged. Petrock is scrambling the 107th to assist. Command will also sortie the GV.
And as
Akiva. Once they cross the
as Admiral Batuta, who's worked on a bunch of different mods, including Blue Planet,
TV Boanerges,
whose
the Alliance's new attempt
project lead is in chat with us,
maximizes shield
Darius. He describes
unit.
the plot arc of the first act of Free Space 2 is a retelling of Free Space 1's arc,
With our cycle,
because you have the like
we'll have the firepower to
Civil War type deal, then the Shivans show up
flak guns
and
bomb. So get as close as
we push back and they crush us,
hit your burners to get clear of the blast.
and we have to then go and
Time and countdown.
desperately try and kill their one destroyer, because we haven't seen a destroyer of theirs in 32 years.
If we fail,
If we do this, we will secure everything. Didn't they just say there's a giant Shivan presence here? Aren't we like off in the fucking unknown? Alright, do I fly this thing, or do I fly something different? So this bomber, this here bomber, one of its distinctive properties is that it doesn't have a tail gun of any kind. It exclusively has to rely on its escort to survive. So that's fun and exciting. Oh, it can't carry the dumbfire missile. That's fun. Well, let's see how stuff goes.
I've acquired sensor lock on the Ravana. The destroyer is currently out of range. No visual on Allied ships, but we can see their cannon signature.
Bombers, close in on the Ravana. We must end this now.
Roger that, command. Warheads are armed and ready. Watch the friendly fire. You get hit, you won't make it to your own service.
They are talking a lot about the fact that if you get hit by a shipboard beam cannon, you will absolutely be vaporized. And I remember hearing that apparently one of the things that they talked about during development of this game was whether or not the capital ships should pay attention to the fighters getting in front of them to fire their beam cannons. And the answer was no, because why would they? Exactly, death by disco glow stick. Alright, where's your weapon subsystem? God, it is so spiky in here.
Hostiles approaching fast.
Alright, well, we took care of one set of beam cannons, so that's good. Oof. Look at that. Look at how simple that was. Aren't we so fucking cool as the GTVA? Didn't that go spectacularly? Oh, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Whew, by the skin of my teeth there. Whew. Gotta brush my hands off of that. Cutting that one a little close. I love we have demonstrated our technological superiority over our old enemies by killing one destroyer. Because as we know, the Shivans only have one super destroyer. Okay, now did I get the kill? Yes, I got the kill on the Ravana. Hell yes. Finishing it off with those couple of bombs.
Commander Cordova here. Welcome to the 242nd Suicide Kings, pilot. I've heard from unofficial channels that the rebels have launched a surprise attack in the Epsilon Pegasi system. Details at this point are sketchy below.
So we abandoned the Civil War to go fight with the Nebula, and shock of all shocks, the NTF took advantage of this.
The GTA formed the Suicide Kings in the Great War when the old Valkyrie fighter went into service after the Shivan attack on Ross 128. The 242nd was stationed on the Galatea back then, and our first mission was the capture of Lieutenant Alexander McCarthy. We all studied the McCarthy trials in school, pilot. We're a part of history here, though the Galatea is long gone, and the Valkyrie...
And again, with the callbacks to the first game, the implication there being McCarthy got a bunch of show trials, and with what we know between the first, like especially with the first game, with what we know, the implication being maybe he was exonerated as not a traitor during all that. But it really depends how much you think the Terran side of the GTVA wants to like be okay with the Vasudans, because as we know from Free Space 1, McCarthy was a Vasudan sympathizer and got branded a traitor for it. So it's complicated. And the GTVA is not that great at being not fascist, let's say. It's not great at anything, including fascism, but it's definitely not good at even like functioning as a government. All right, time for more Civil War. Once you've experienced Legend of the Galactic Heroes, 80,000 deaths sounds small, because the scales that Legend of the Galactic Heroes works on is like tens of thousands of ships and millions of crew. So like 80,000 by comparison feels like small potatoes.
Devise a military solution for dealing with the rebels. GTVA will be forced to recognize the NTF's authority.
NTF, the GTVA isn't fascist enough. Yeah, exactly. And we're going to get more here about how fascist the GTVA is in some fun, flavorful ways.
Their findings have been classified.
Yeah, exactly. 80,000 deaths in log is a good job.
Its operations in the nebula.
Yeah, and I think some of this, you can say, is part of the reason everything is at such a large scale in Legend of the Galactic Heroes is because it is much further into the future than Free Space 2 is.
42nd Suicide Kings. Welcome to Epsilon Pegasi pilots. Enter station, the Alliance.
So, like, humanity has gotten significantly larger in population since then. Whereas this is still, like, fairly early days in
Evacuation.
humanity being spacefaring, at least relative.
Now in progress. As you know, civilians are protected under the Beta Aquila Convention, but the NTF has rejected that treaty and its provisions. Fortunately, most of the civilian convoys
So the NTF,
to the Capella
so the GTA at a minimum is like, we should probably care about civilians. And the NTF is like,
command your
fuck that.
destroy the fighters and warships besieged.
We don't need terms or rules of war.
Intercept the
And civilians should be, like, freely able to be murdered. And now keep this detail in mind for a while, because it will come up and be important later. Because they've already talked about it a few times.
combat field test of the Perseus intercept fighter. So let's put on a good show.
And it paints some of what will happen in a little bit in an even worse light than it might otherwise appear. You know, you all get all the dumbfire missiles. Because y'all are going to be on capital ship duty.
Roger that, sir. Engaging your target. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Roger that. Yes, sir.
Just casually setting up our AI to be helpful.
NTF fighters, you are firing upon a civilian vessel. Break off your attack. Objective neutralized.
Alpha, we need some fighter cover on the Calypso. Hold back the rebels so the civilians can escape. Intercept the rounds before they hit the installation. We must not lose that base.
So there's an entire set of targeting controls just to deal with bombs and bombers. And they don't tell you about it in Free Space 1. You have to go look at that in
This is the GTF Arco.
in the
We have cleared NF station.
what is the control window. And
This is the Mannheim. We have set course for the Capella jump node. Activating jump drive now.
whereas the reason there's so many tutorials in Free Space 2 is that they do actually tell you about some of the more advanced targeting controls, especially the bomber stuff, because in part Free Space 2 missions are more elaborate than
TC Kato has been destroyed.
Free Space 1. And also bombs are scarier in
Command, this is NS Station. A new wing of bombers has jumped in. Request immediate fighter cover.
Yes, sir. Targeting weapons now. Yes, sir.
help me go disarm that Corvette, Beta. That is why you are loaded out the way that you are.
Bandits incoming.
Okay. We should be safe now.
Roger that. Objective neutralized. Yes, sir.
Oh, one of the other fun things about this mission is that if you do what I did, which was
Command, there's a massive warship now.
destroying the Hawkwood's beam cannons, it is actually out of range of the station that we're supposed to protect.
IFF status is friendly. Meet the Colossus, the largest spacefaring warship ever constructed.
This is the GTVA Colossus. Fighter
Oh, good. We have made a massive super weapon. What could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong?
affirmative.
Are you gonna shoot? Colossus, are you gonna shoot anything? Did the script glitch? I don't know why this mission is like weirdly buggy with the Colossus shooting stuff. Alright, let's try that again.
Roger that.
sometimes if you lose your wingman too early, like the mission bugs, and I never have understood why. Because they do have like backup lines for things.
NTF fighters, you are firing upon a civilian vessel. Break off your attacks.
Alpha, we need some fighter cover on the Calypso. Hold back the rebels so the civilians can escape.
NF station here. NTF bombers are closing in.
Intercept the bombs before they hit the installation. We must not lose that base.
Yeah, scripting is complicated, and I think there's something like weirdly fragile with that mission about dialogue, or this mission with dialogue, because I've noticed if you let too many of your wingmen die, the mission is way more likely to glitch.
This is NF station. We have sustained moderate damage. All breach levels have been sealed off. Engineering reports the situation is under control.
This is the GTFR Calypso. We have cleared NF station. Now engaging subspace drive. This is the Manheim. We have set course for the Capella jump node. Activating jump drive now.
Well done. The NTC Cato has been destroyed.
All civilian transports depart safely.
Yes, sir.
Alright, I am gonna take out these fucking beam cannons, and then we can sit back and chill. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie.
More rebel bombers inbound. Seek and destroy.
Alright. Our station should be secure. And our allies should, like, be doing a good job.
Command, this is NF station. A new wing of bombers has jumped in. Request immediate fighter cover.
Yeah, there's something if, like, Beta Wing especially gets annihilated, the game breaks. Yeah, the Arcadia design is very stuck together in a fun way.
Hull integrity failing. Get me out of here, Command. I'm reading an incoming jump signature. Configuration unknown.
And they glued two boats together. Yeah, a little bit.
TTVA Colossus. Fighters stand clear of hostile warships. All batteries, fire at will.
There we go.
We have defeated the Hawk.
Yeah, I don't know why it sometimes glitches, because, like,
Return to base, pilots. Mission accomplished.
maybe it does actually have to do with stuff being too close. I'm not sure. But anyways, we meet our giant undefeatable super weapon, and as we know, there is never a problem with giant undefeatable super weapons.
First combat deployment of the GTVA Colossus. You and your wing also showed us what the first
It's not like... So, one of the things that I immediately am thinking of now is the way that Freya has talked about certain events in Legend of the Galactic Heroes as proof that certain things are not true, but people still believe them anyways. And here's the thing about the Colossus. It is exactly the same logic that gets you to a bunch of the things in Legend of the Galactic Heroes that gets you to build a giant super destroyer after you have already successfully killed a giant super destroyer.
you are hereby awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross.
The following is classified.
I don't remember if any of the text I wrote got into this cutscene or not.
Deneb Convention, Section 2135. We vanquished the Shivans in the Great War, but the hard questions remain. How would we confront the threat of future invasion? The Shivans might return at any time, any place, without warning. How would we fight the next threat to the very existence of our species? In 2345, on the 10th anniversary of the Shivan attack on Ross 128, the Vasudan Emperor Khonsu II addressed the newly formed GTVA General Assembly. The Emperor inaugurated an ambitious and unprecedented joint endeavor, the GTVA Colossus.
Together we built the civilization in the ruins of the Great War. And now we stand on the threshold of a new era of prosperity and harmony. Through Project Colossus, the Vasudan people celebrate a renewed covenant of peaceful coexistence and mutual defense of our Terran allies.
The Colossus is the most powerful spacefaring warship ever constructed. Spanning 6 kilometers from bow to stern, the Colossus has taken over 20 years to complete. 12 Lucifer-class destroyers can fit within its massive hull. Its state-of-the-art weaponry includes 45 laser turrets, 15 flak guns, 12 missile batteries, and 12 beam cannons. The Colossus wields more firepower than 5 Orion-class destroyers combined. 60 fighter and bomber wings are housed in its vast hangar, and its crew numbers over 30,000. Among its major contractors are industry giants Triton Dynamics, Subak Innis, and the Akaton Corporation. The Alliance now wages war on multiple fronts. In Deneb, Alpha Centauri, Epsilon Pegasi, and the mysterious nebula beyond Gamma Draconis. Once deployed, the Colossus will end these conflicts swiftly and decisively. If ever the Shivans return to threaten our worlds, we will be ready to face the challenge, securing peace for today and for generations to come.
Don't you just love military propaganda?
Second will escort a supply convoy.
Yeah, exactly. Let's build Iserlon
GTVA Colossus.
in the way that we're totally... This is totally gonna work, because, yeah, as, like, Tara's saying, sending another one
Of transports
after the first one totally is a solution. Slaps the top of the Hindenburg. This airship is so indestructible. God. Okay, so another thing that I love is you get the like propaganda version of what having a giant super weapon is like, and they immediately go to, this thing is a logistical fucking nightmare that is a terrible idea and requires so many convoys that it basically is stretching us even thinner. Like, isn't this super weapon great? Oh, right, we have to fuel it. And it burns so much fuel that it's a non-trivial task to, like, keep it supplied. So, and just, I love using some of the, like, standard free space things to, like, tell the story in that way of, like, we can show you propaganda that is very clearly framed as propaganda, and then show you, like, exactly why it's wrong. Excuse me. Just, yeah, this game is still so freaking well written. Like, God, we're going on 30, close to 30 years later. Like, or no, not close to 30, because it's a 1999 game. Close to 25 years. Just, yeah, this game is so good. Still. So much careful little storytelling in it.
Destroy it, but be careful, Alpha. The NTF seem to have an ambush in the works. Keep an eye out for hostile fighters. Rebels have sorties their Medusa bombers. Intercept them before they fire their missiles. We must protect that convoy.
And we have one wing of fighters to do this also. Like, that's the other kicker. Someone misplaces a comma, the state goes bankrupt. Yeah. Oh, god damn it. There is also the fun little detail of the NTF primarily using older Terran equipment.
Roger that.
Partially because there's some connections to the events between the two games of you have the intelligence branch of the military doing a coup attempt, but also because they are human supremacists and all the new stuff is at least partially joint endeavors with the Vasudans. So why would they stoop to using Vasudan equipment or Vasudan collaborations? No, we have to be the goddamn human supremacists. So they use a bunch of like outdated equipment specifically for that. Specifically for that reason.
This is the GTC parapet. We have orders to blockade the Capella jump node, and we must not leave our position. We will sortie a wing of Perseus fighters to assist. Good luck, pilots.
The NTC Maelstrom has entered the asteroid field. When it gets in range, the cruiser will fire its forward beam cannon at the convoy. Alpha 1, you are ordered to neutralize that turret. The Maelstrom's main cannon has been neutralized.
Oh god, all of my wingmen are dead. How did that happen? How did all my wingmen die? Oh, you know what it was? I told them to protect stuff, and when you tell them to protect things, they tend to be very self-sacrificing. And not looking out for their own interests.
Rearming complete, sir. You're good to go.
They're just like you. Oh no. Fel, you gotta take care of yourself. They perform their duty as space meat shields. I suppose they did. And we got the whole convoy through, so that's a good thing. it's also like, okay, to supply a single Colossus, we need 3 goddamn freighters slash gas miners and another Corvette and 2 full wings of fighters, like just to like make this work and be remotely safe. Like that is a thing you got to remember about all this.
Job, pilot. The convoy made its rendezvous with the Colossus without losing its ship. As the other freighters and gas miners transferred their payload to the Colossus, the Alliance is making final preparations for attack against Admiral Cobb.
Gotta stretch my back.
A demonstration of our ultimate weapon should force the rebel leadership to reconsider their territorial ambitions. GTVA units throughout the system report a successful coordinated strike against NTF targets. Command is confident the long stalemate in Epsilon Pegasus will soon come to a favorable
Oh yes, things are being stretched very thin.
asteroid field. You have significantly reduced the danger posed to future convoys on this route. Your initiative may save many lives.
Oh good, we have to keep using this route because clearly they can't just put more sentry guns in.
The Alliance will now take the Colossus on the offensive. We intend to break the back of the rebel fleet.
Oh good, we're finally
240
gonna do some pushback.
Rear Admiral Cobb is somewhere in this system. We will not commit to
Ah.
this unless it's absolutely necessary. Your job is to create that necessity. To lure Corp into our trap. The first phase of the mission will involve an attack against the rebel
Excuse me.
logistic and review point. They are defended by a complement of 12 Hercules-class fighters. With the speed and agility of the Perseus, you should be able to outmaneuver the Hercs and take them down. Your primary objective will be to
I also like that you have to approach this mission with a little bit of strategy, because like
bomber wings, which will
going and just attacking fully doesn't really work because
smallest credible threat.
they are just tough enough to where you can't run them over. Although the bombers, so these are Fenrises, these are like one of the worst cruisers still in the game.
For this reason,
The bombers actually can kill them pretty well.
before the reinforcements
Uh,
field of engagement.
and we have a Leviathan, which has the distinction of having a bunch of anti-fighter beams on it.
Blow. Your secondary objective will be to defend the rampart during this phase of attack. The cruiser will probably sustain damage from the earlier exchange. Good luck, Alpha.
Alright, fam. Let's fucking go. Again, we have to do all this really important stuff with like 1 wing of fighters.
Primary objective is to
It's great.
The rebel cruisers have anti-fighter guns. Stay out of range to avoid them.
Roger that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Actually, right. We have to do this with 2 wings of fighters.
That's a confirmed kill.
Come on, boys. Come over here. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Come on, get in range. I got it. I got it, fam. It's all good. I am gonna take care of you all this time so that you don't all horribly die.
The escort fighters are closing in on you, Alpha. Lure them back to the rampart.
I'm on it.
Oh no, fuck. Alright, you all are gonna take care of that while I deal with this asshole who is still alive somehow.
The fighter escort has been eliminated. Pull back to the rampart and rearm if you need to, Alpha. Zeta Wing will take it from here. We'll need you to stand by in case more rebel fighters jump in. Deploying support ship now. Please stand by.
God, putting the AI in interceptors is always such a
Wing of rebel Lokis, designation Libra. Seek and destroy.
such a time. I do know what I'm doing. I'm protecting you all from pointlessly attacking a cruiser.
Alpha, we need you to intercept. Destroy Ares Wing. Incoming jump signature. Friendly configuration. The Colossus is now on station.
I'm on it. This is the GTVA Colossus. Admiral Goff, you are ordered to power down your vessel immediately and surrender. The Polaris jump notice.
Wow, that is why you don't, that is why you don't single-handedly go and attack a Leviathan, because those beam turrets are gonna chew you up and spit you out.
Goff, you are sacrificing 10,000 lives for nothing. Your cynicism appalls me,
God, what was that subsystem that got blown up? Ah, the sensors. Apparently we don't need sensors to... Maybe you do need sensors for the beam cannons to work. Wow, okay. That is hilarious. Oh, no, there we go. Never mind. We don't need sensors to, to blow up something right in front of us.
This operation will mark the beginning of the end for the NTF. Well done, pilot. The area is secure.
Big kaboom.
Hostile targets have been neutralized. Return to base.
For your excellent record of confirmed kills
Hey, we already got an ace medal. Hell yeah.
of Ace, the Alliance has declared a decisive victory in Epsilon Pegasi. With our
Good job, us.
all rebel forces in the system have surrendered. In recognition of your contributions to the Allied victory, you are hereby awarded the Epsilon Pegasi Liberation Medal. The GTBA Security Council and General Assembly extend their gratitude for your service. Admiral Petrock has requested recommendations of 130...
Oh, yes, combat evaluation. Because surely
as an outstanding candidate.
we need to test everything in live fire scenarios.
In my estimation,
Again, logistics. Logistics and making it all be felt, not just talked about.
for an extremely dangerous operation. If you choose to pursue
Dangerous Special Operations Command stuff. Could it be one of the best parts of this game? I accept becoming a spook. Hydrate. Okay. I'll hydrate more. Hi, Jesus.
Our primary objective is to provide the Alliance with accurate and comprehensive information regarding the tactics, technologies, activities, strategic forces hostile. Missions with the Special Operations Command are carried out deep in enemy territory with minimal logistical support.
Yes, because we totally have had
Surgical
a lot of logistical support already.
undercover within the Euro front, leading Alpha Wing of the 185th Fighter Squadron. Your contact in this mission is Lieutenant Commander Christopher Snipe, an Allied officer who staged his defection to the NTF 6 months ago. As squadron leader of the 185th, Snipe will advise you of your mission objectives.
No, you can't take your medal to your spy job. So I feel like at least some of your medals you could take. Like, if you're an ace and you defect, like, that's pretty good.
This covert operation is the NTF's ETAC project. Because access to information is restricted to the highest echelon, our knowledge here is limited.
What the hell is Admiral Bosch up to? We sure need to figure that one out.
Sees the project directly, and the rebels are constructing a prototype on the Iceni command ship. We need to get a closer look. Even a
And hey, we're spies. What is the one verb we have to spy? Scan.
full cooperation of the Student Tactical Command and the Terran 6th Fleet. The probability that you will engage Allied fighters will be minimal. However, should you come under Allied attack, you have limited authorization to return fire in self-defense or to complete your mission objectives as defined by Lieutenant Commander.
So remember this.
Use your judgment.
Who is Admiral Aikenbosch and what is that scoundrel up to exactly? He knows what's going on.
Commander Snipes. For all you replacement pilots, welcome to the 185th. As you know, Admiral Cobb
to spy is to scan, but in a coy way.
5 hours, GT
Yes.
Missionary forces crossed our Jumno blockade. The Colossus won't be far behind. Bosch isn't taking chances. We're moving the Iceni command ship to the Regulus system. Bosch
Fun detail here. Our charismatic spy is played by the lead writer of this game, Jason Scott.
Regulus node is located within a small asteroid field.
So yeah, that's fun. He wrote himself the most fun character in the game.
The Iceni will be white brackets on your HUD. That's how you know which asteroid. The gunners on the Iceni will help us out, so we shouldn't have too much trouble.
So we have, as always, an asteroid mission. Oh, what do I want to fly? Oh, right. That's the catch with the, excuse me, that's the catch with the Myrmidon. It can't use the dogfighting missile for some reason. Even though it's a fighter, because of course not. It won't fit the clamps. That is correct. It will. So I mean, not everything can mount everything. Like, that's just in the game. But it's very funny to me that the Space Superiority Fighter cannot mount the best dogfighting missile.
Alpha 1, do you copy? We're on a secure channel. We need a scan of the Iceni. Target the warship and close to 600 meters. Keep the ship's lead indicator in the center of your reticle. What's that science cruiser doing out here? NTF command never briefed me about it. Must have something to do with ETAC. That's strange. I don't know what any of this means. We'll see what our analysts come up with back home.
Now, another thing about
Nice job, pilot. Never know what you're gonna find.
this mission is that
We've got a Neptune-class cruiser with fighter escort and a wing of bombers.
they don't let you order your squad around right now.
Something's wrong here. Command said the Masudans wouldn't attack until the Iceni left Polaris. Either we can double cross or these Masudans are not home. That's that situation, pilot. Alright, here are the rules. Neutralize anything that attacks the Iceni. Take out beam turrets and shoot down bombs. They fire on you, fire right back. Don't defend yourself so die out here, Alpha 1. These Masudans are renegades.
So hopefully our squad mates can
More Masudan warships are on their way. The Iceni will
properly do things.
all units. Defend the Iceni and the Hinton. They must reach the Regulus system. The future of Neoterra depends on it.
So this is a hard mission. And the irony of all of it is you can't you can't let Admiral Bosch die. Oh god.
Pilots, you must clear a path for the Iceni. Destroy the asteroids before they attack the command ship's hull. Asteroids on a collision course will be indicated with white brackets on your HUD.
Oh my god, anti-fighter beams. God. Conditioner raid. Air conditioner raid. Hi, Chiaki. How are you? Excuse me. Aware conditioner raid.
The ship's lead indicator in the center of your reticle. What's that science cruiser doing out here? NTF command never briefed me about it. Must have something.
Well, welcome. I am being a spy. I am being a spy, and I just died for being a spy. So, we're gonna try this again. How was Power to the People? You powered Phoenix and Montpellier. Nice. Phoenix was a nightmare because it was hot and people would not stop using air conditioners. So realistic. Well, we've been dealing with fascists and being ordered around by fascists. And right now we're spying on the extreme fascists. It was also a map designed to stop using coal, and you mistakenly dedicated all your power generation to coal? Oh no. You did a Whittle Republican? Look, I'm trying to protect you from getting shot in the ass, my guy. Y'all need to calm down. And let the spies do the spy thing. Yeah, part of what makes this harder than paving the way, one, is that there's way more going on, but also that the Iceni is really bad at point defense in a way that, like, the Galateo was not, or at least not to the same extent. You'd expect the flagship to do better. So that's... like... the Iceni is a corvette, and not like the biggest, scariest corvette either. And like for a Corvette, it doesn't actually have great anti-fighter defense relative to like the actual Corvettes, which is a little bit interesting. And all of my allies are being distracted by one Vasudan ship. Isn't that great? And I can't tell them to stop it. So I guess I am just stuck. Oh, there actually are allies here. Bosch removed some small guns to make space for big guns. Yeah. Yeah, because the capital corvette surely needs to be able to take on all of the other capital ships. Jesus Christ. How are you... Okay, who the fuck are you? Snipes, my guy, come on. I'm guessing part of the reason his AI is not quite as good as you might expect is because he's immortal. He's one of the only immortal wingmen in the entire game. And it would be a little suspicious if he did all of the work.
but full knowledge of our activities. The fact that the students knew the exact time and position of the Iceni's departure has made the rebels just a little suspicious. As usual, the GTVA is overplaying its hand. Amos and his subordinates now face a court-martial for insubordination. The Reds are all over that one. Not only did the Admiral know the position of the Iceni, he wasn't authorized to act on that information.
And here's where the tensions between the Terrans and Vasudans gets, like, really comes to the surface, is they don't want to keep playing the GTVA's game of, oh, let's let Bosch do whatever the fuck because it might bear fruit for us in some way. And I don't blame them, because the Nazis should be wiped out.
Things look in Polaris, the situation in Sirius is even worse. Bosch has redeployed our battle group to reinforce NTF positions in that system. We arrive in Sirius in 6 hours. The 185th will be deployed immediately to...
So this is the one of the only times you will see an escort of anything with more than like 3 wings of fighters.
The Sunder goes down, so do we. The Alliance is fighting to secure the Alpha Centauri and Deneb jump nodes, so intelligence believes the risk of engagement will be low. Of course, that's what they told us in Polaris, where we got jumped.
And the Nazis should be depicted as incompetent and more preoccupied with image. Yeah. This is like pretty much everybody in, because like, okay, the thing with this game is you have the Nazis who are absolutely not doing a great job at anything, and one of the only reasons they're doing even as well as they are doing is because the fascists are letting them be that effective. It's just like a fun little thing. Is this the new Argo? Or is this the old one? Oh, this still looks like the old one? Because I know we got a new one. Oof, that can be tough like that. So I guess the new Argo didn't make it into the media VPs I'm using. Because yeah, this is one of the remaining retail models in the fully upgraded game. Because Its shape is so fucking weird.
Stand easy, pilots. We received a partial transmission reporting a reactor core breach. What happened to your squad?
We were ambushed by an allied heavy recon unit flying some new kind of fighter. They splashed my squad and jumped before we could take them down.
New kind of fighter, huh? You can tell us all about it at your debriefing. Why don't you rearm and repair and we'll
I really like this as a reversal of what happens in The Hammer and the Anvil. Of, you're the spies, and you all have to sit tight as events change and you are and are not discovered.
Alpha 1, meet the 99th Skull, Special Operations Command, the elite of the elite. Those fighters they're flying are the Arrhenius class. As far as anyone else knows, they don't even exist. You see the Hamaka?
I love when you're introduced to new experimental shit early.
Operational. No one on the outside will know what we're up to. As far as the NTF is concerned, we're still loyal and devoted rebel pilots. So watch the Hamako, alright? If we lose the AWACS, our cover's blown through.
And like, this is the shit that they're throwing their like brand new fighters at, is like espionage shit. Not like actually ending the war, but stealing technology, because, you know, that's the most important thing, not in fact reducing the hardship of everybody involved. Well, it's also, it's not just like, I need it, it's more, if we're testing this stuff out, if we have these things, where we're putting the resources towards is doing this, not actually ending the war and stopping like the thing that's really destroying the Alliance and ruining lots of people's lives. And this is actually the real reason you use the Hercules Mark II, is it basically has missiles as another primary weapon if you're using Tempests. So you actually do have 6 gun hard points if you set it up this way. And wow, did that get a little close for comfort there. Doesn't matter that it doesn't fly, we have it and they don't. It's a project they can show and justify and make it more the most important one because that's how you continue to make money. This is true. Now, the reason Free Space is unrealistic is that the Arrhenius is actually a really good fighter. Because it's basically like a heavy interceptor. Just because of its like gun capacity. It can basically look at you and blow you up pretty much whenever. Because it's the 8 gun mounts thing, which can make even like the super basic weapons really, really effective. And it goes at like 65 meters a second from what I remember. So it's actually faster than the Herc 2 that I'm flying. Well, we did it. We got the spy thing.
We'll now scuttle this decoy transport. The Reps think we destroyed the Sunder, they won't know how much we know. We'll also be able to continue our covert operation. Of course, that's if they don't hang us for failing the mission. We might be pushing our luck here, but what the hell?
If they don't hang us for failing the most important thing they've ever had us do, this'll go well.
This is the NTCV Severin, 2nd Battle Group Regulus. What's your status, pilots? We were instructed to rendezvous with the transport.
Severin, you're late. The students blasted my entire squad and 2 cruisers out here. You want a rendezvous? Scan that debris field. That's the Sunder right there. You're a disgrace to the NTF, Severin. I'm filing a report.
Stand down, Beto. We followed our orders to the letter. Now get back to base before the Basudans return. There's nothing more we can do out here.
Well, time to see how this goes.
Thanks to our heist, the Sunder is now in Allied custody. With our scan of the Iceni and the capture of the rebel transport, the GTVI can begin to unravel the secret of Bosch's ETAC project.
Oh, this is gonna go well.
Draft for the Sunder's alleged destruction. The captain and his lieutenants have faced a summary court-martial and will be executed at 0700. When you sign up for the wrong outfit, you get what you deserve. This doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. The Rebs are nuts, but they're not slow. It won't take them long to figure out our involvement in this attack, and the Basudan ambush in Polaris was more than just coincidence. If it looks like they're onto you, your duty as an operative of the GTVI is to escape and report everything you know to Allied forces.
And here's where we get things going wrong, because yes, it is suspicious that both of us were involved in these last 2 missions. So we'll see how this goes.
I'm Lieutenant Commander Jack Niven, your new squadron leader. Commander Snipes has been reassigned, so until further notice, you'll get your orders from me. With the 13th and 11th Pacific
Yeah, exactly. You dodged a bullet and got 3 other people executed after you wiped out an entire squadron as part of this spy mission.
based in Vega is providing the Basudans with logistical support. They've established a cargo depot near the Alpha Centauri jump node. Recon reports a perimeter defense of 16 sentry guns, with fighter patrols inspecting the depot at regular intervals. The 185th has been called in to sever that.
And hey, even when we're doing spies, even when we're playing spy, we get to do logistics operations.
Our objective is to destroy all cargo and sentry guns. Once we secure the area, we'll be in a position to ambush Allied targets. The attack should lure the enemy to the depot and improve our odds in more critical engagements deeper within the system.
Now, how do we think this mission is gonna go? Is it gonna go just like our new CO says? Alright, Tara thinks it's all gonna be fine. One of the things that I do like that you can do in this is hang back a little bit. And just keep an eye on how the friendlies are doing. They're doing pretty good. Mostly because I think I'm playing on medium. On hard, they tend to, like, actually get hurt by stuff. Like, this is an awfully big operation for just blowing up an undefended cargo depot, huh?
Target inbound. It's a troop transport, Elysium class. This one's all yours, Alpha 1. We'll cover you while you destroy the transport. Hold your fire. No military personnel are on board this transport. We are evacuating civilians to Alpha Centauri. An attack on this vessel is a violation of the Beta Aquila Convention. Show them what you think of the Beta Aquila Convention, pilot.
Nothing ever goes wrong in space. Surely nothing does.
Come on, Alpha 1. Whose orders are you gonna follow? Make your decision now, pilot.
Now here's the thing. I certainly could do what he's telling me to do.
Time's up, pilot. We know all about you. You set us up on Polaris. Now you'll face the firing squad. Sorry, you won't let me get your rest, pilot.
And it does not help your cover if you do what he says.
Help is on the way.
If you explode a guy out of comms in space, no one can hear him scream. God. Space, no one can hear you go, oh fuck, oh shit. Alright, I need to recover my shields because I am almost dead. And thank God for everybody showing up and pulling my ass out of the fire. Not because I'm a good pilot, but because I have shit they want. You're not useful for this job anymore because they figured out who you are. Time to kick you over to something else.
We are lucky to get you back alive, pilot. Our deep cover operatives stash vital schematic data in your fighter's onboard computer. With this information, GTBI analysts will be able to unravel the enigma.
And it's not even like us that is why they desperately wanted us back. It's the shit that someone put in our fighter that was really important.
Here, the odds of his survival are not favorable. In recognition of your outstanding service to the Galactic Terran,
And yeah, our charismatic CO who we had for 2 missions, he's just gone and no one knows what happened to him. It's fine.
Transport back to Capella. You'll rendezvous with the Aquitaine and continue with your next squadron assignment. Congratulations on a successful tour with the GPVI.
Yay, no more spying. But yeah, like the SOC missions are where the creativity like really comes out in this game. Cause like they do the spy thing really well for not exactly having the systems to do like espionage in a super systemic way. They're just using the fact that you can change IFFs whenever you want in Engine to do it. And it works super well with like the narrative framing and all the stuff all the like fancy scripting they're doing, which isn't even that fancy. It's just mess with the IFF and have some really good writing attached to it. Oh hey, it's a tool of the former imperialists. Nothing bad will happen if we use it.
Intelligence has learned that Bosch acquired ancient materials from an excavation site in the system. These artifacts somehow enabled Bosch to locate and activate the Knossos portal. This explains the presence of the Admiral's command ship in the Deneb asteroid belt. Bosch then sent the NTC Trinity into Gamma Draconis to activate the portal, which lured the Shevans into that system. We do not know Bosch's
We sure don't know a lot. Just a lot of things are happening and it's probably not good.
Allied scientists studying the portal remain optimistic about the potential.
Alright. Good to have you, Fel. I hope whatever it is chill.
Nodes to unexplored regions of the galaxy. This reason, the portal must remain open for as long as possible. And has issued a standing order: destroy the device. Full-scale invasion.
I love that we have now a standing order to destroy this thing, but we don't actually know if we can blow it up.
Sheevan fleet appears to be smaller than the armada we defeated 3 decades ago, and our improved technology gives us a tactical advantage. However, with the possibility of uncharted jump nodes leading to more Sheevan-infested systems, we cannot know with any certainty the full extent of the enemy force. Miscalculation on our part could unleash the second Sheevan invasion of our own systems.
A miscalculation on our part could trigger a second Sheevan invasion. Nothing ominous about that. No siree.
The Alliance has developed new technologies.
Rather, we're just gonna keep doing this because why not?
To gather deuterium from fusion reactors. Prototypes of these new tactical weapons and fighters will be deployed pending successful completion of field tests. The 134th Barracudas will be conducting these combat exercises near the Gamma Draconis jump node.
Oh good, field testing stuff. Nothing bad ever happens when you're field testing prototypes.
GTWML-70 Morningstar improves upon the flail gun developed during the Great War. Recent advances in high-temperature optics enable the primary focusing chamber of the Morningstar to produce a more coherent charge. Though an energy weapon, Morningstar has a powerful kinetic effect on its target.
So a fun thing about the Morningstar is that they made it way too specific for what it does. The thing that the flail had that made it worth using was it did a bunch of shield damage in addition to knocking things around. The Morningstar does not do that. The Morningstar is a bit of a piece of garbage replacement. And hey, we can EMP things. nothing annoying about screwing with everything's sensors.
Welcome to the 134th Barracudas, pilot. I'm Commander Bensi, your squadron leader. The 134th is a Combat Evaluation Unit, or CEU, which means we're among the first to test new ships and weapons in the field. While we carry out our missions, engineers will gather data on the systems we've been assigned to test. In this mission, our primary objective is to escort 2 Triton-class freighters.
Classic escort mission. Just in the soup, where we can't see things.
Their cargo is the new target acquisition and guidance missile system. The GTA Lucidity will provide AWACS support for this mission. With its powerful sensor array, the Lucidity will transmit targeting data to your fighter, effectively increasing your sensor range. The 134th will be the first to test the system in the nebula. Now keep in mind that the C in CEU stands for combat. These aren't controlled laboratory experiments. Sheevan activity has intensified.
Remember, you're still playing this game. You still have to do your job with, like, even more subpar equipment than normal. Isn't that swell? Alright, let's do this escort. Oh yeah, there's lightning here. Now this is not my favorite mission featuring space lightning.
Lucidity here. The AWACS is coming online. We're picking up hostiles at long range.
Yes, sir. Breaking to attack.
And I do wish they'd done a little bit more with that particular effect that we'll probably get to next stream. Because it's a very cool thing, but it's also a bit annoying to deal with at times. So I know why they didn't do it, but also we're in a horror game. Like, we could absolutely deal with it. We're in a space horror game. Like, lean into the complete lack of power fantasy here. But yeah, things are chill so far, right? We're just getting some waves of fighters we've seen before. And we can even, like, target them from far away. Kaboom. So yeah, the Maras are a bit of a replacement for the Scorpions, is like being a scary sort of superiority fighter. They're much better than the Scorpions with like how much damage they can take. Because like they can survive 2 harpoons like right off the bat, which is pretty scary for a lot of stuff.
Alpha, sensors have picked up a King-class cruiser. Call in Zeta Wing if you require assistance.
Roger that, sir. Engaging your target. Roger that, sir. Engaging your target.
Also, they can just like have a cruiser show up just 'cause. God, my wingman just turned right into the path of my missiles. That's fantastic. Good job, everybody involved.
We're tracking a new inbound wing, designation Cancer. Take them out now, Alpha.
Yes, sir. Breaking to attack.
$69. Nice.
I'm on it. Yes, sir. Breaking to attack.
Oh, I'm out of missiles. That's bad.
Deploying support ship now. Please stand by.
This is also one of the few missions that you like have quite a few reinforcements available for. And I guess given Command, for whatever reason, really wants to go all in on the targeting shit, I can sort of understand it a little bit. But also, it's not that good. Command, your investment in shit doesn't make sense, as we're gonna see next time.
Roger that.
I also love that we just have this Corvette sitting out here, like, hiding, when we could be doing literally anything else with it. Like, priorities. Priorities, Command. What the fuck? And I think what I might do is finish the, finish this little arc and take a break, because I think I'm getting closer to halfway through so far. We'll see. Because I feel like the end of this... I feel like the end of the Barracuda's little arc is about halfway. And I've been going for 3.5 hours so far. And that's probably going to be like another half hour. Because, yeah, I'm a little tired after 6 hours of streaming yesterday. And I'm hoping to finish this tomorrow, because I potentially have a busy weekend. And I would like to finish streaming this before the new year to hit my little goal. So yeah, I hope everyone's having a chill time between Christmas and New Year's, and that the end of the year is being good for people. Because I'm just here playing this game and helping play some other games too, like God, I played 6 hours. 6 hours of Destiny 2 yesterday on stream with Freya, and that was fun, but it was a lot.
Command rates the initial deployment of the AWACS a complete success. Our improved sensor capability gave us a tactical advantage we required to respond quickly and decisively.
Well, that's good that the AWACS works. That's kind of important.
Missile combat field test begins at 0315.
And we gotta test this piece of shit now.
The 134th will now assist with the combat evaluation of the target.
And we get to fly a complete piece of garbage to test this thing, because of course we do.
Quite an impression on your last sortie. The Warspite will supervise this combined arms exercise. When you hit a target with the TAG warhead, the missile's beacon will illuminate the target for Allied capital ships within range. All available firepower will be brought to bear for a quick resolution. This technology could be a decisive advantage for the GTBA.
Could be. Could be. That is the operative word here.
Positions. They will lure targets within range of our guns. Once the enemy approaches, get in behind the target quickly and launch your tags. Stay within 3,000 meters of the Corvette for maximum effectiveness. The Lucidity will provide AWACS coverage.
Yeah, what also is fun about this is like the Ulysses isn't an especially good fighter, even like for the era, because of its tiny missile capacity and not great durability. And you could, as of like Free Space 1 era, you could maybe discuss that as like the compromises of working with the Vasudans. But one of the things here is the Vasudan ships in Free Space 2 are significantly better than their Terran equivalents. In most cases, like cruiser-wise, not so much, but everyone else, like everything else, is pretty definitively like the like fighters and bomber-wise, the Vasudan ships are much better than their Terran equivalents. And one of the things that I didn't point out with the Colossus's little intro cutscene that actually is a bit important is that the Vesudans now have a like they were a like parliamentary monarchy before, and now they have an emperor, and specifically an emperor who suggested they build a super weapon. And just think about that. That the Great War turned the society of like artists and poets with their elaborate like social rituals into a far more effective military than the Terrans after the war. Oh my god, kill that thing, please. Oh my god, seriously? We turned the Artist Collective into fascists. Yes, we did. And we are out of range. Come the fuck on. Stop letting... Fam, you gotta hit them. You gotta help me out here. Oh, we're not properly armed. Just fucking deal with it. Well, that's not ominous or anything. So yeah, we got we got problems. And I love that we're supposed to just deal with turning this just deal with this turning into like a complete shit show. And like, of course the prototype is bad and doesn't work and has made a complete mess of things and can't shoot shit from long range. Oh my god, missiles, are you kidding me? These things are so bad. And Command is gonna tell us it was a success. Because we survived. Like, that's how this is gonna go. That's how this shit's gonna go down. It's gonna be a success in spite of everything. Exceeded our expectations. Really? Really? How god-awful did this perform? And it was still a success. Thank you. Seems like we were gonna make this thing a success regardless of how everything turned out. Even if we lost the goddamn Corvette in the process.
In this mission, the 134th will participate in a test of the new Pegasus-class stealth fighter developed for Allied operations in the Netherlands.
Okay, so unlike the also this is the 90s ass, this is the most 90s ass stealth fighter you could ever design, and I love it. I love this ship design so much. It's a giant flat triangle. It's so good, and it's actually a really fun ship to fly. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Flying the Pegasus prototypes, Delta Wing will attack the Overrun. Your job is to repel their offensive. Your weapons will be neutralized for the duration of the test. Though you may fire your lasers and missiles, they will inflict only superficial damage against Delta Wing. Engineers on board the GTD Aquitaine will monitor the progress of the exercise and gather data to verify the stealth capability and combat potential of the Pegasus.
So they want us to use the Morning Star. And I almost never do, because it's just... it's not that good. Because like the what is it? 61 versus 53 isn't the most. I might as well use it because I don't normally use it, but it's not as nice as you might hope.
Alpha has been deployed. Delta Wing, are you ready?
Affirmative, Command. Those Alpha scrubs won't even know what hit them.
Alpha, we are switching your weapons to training mode. Your guns and missiles will inflict superficial damage.
One of my favorite behind the scenes pieces of this is it's literally just flagging things as invincible.
Oberon has jumped in and is standing by. Your objective, Alpha, is to defend this cruiser against Delta Wing's attack.
Yes, sir.
Let's take these flyboys out of circulation, Delta.
This exercise will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Delta Wing, engage stealth mode.
I look away and they fucking disappear. The nebula is great.
All systems are functioning normally.
Ah, there we go.
Here they come. Stay on them, Alpha. Don't lose visual contact.
Delta Wing has inflicted moderate damage against the Oberon. Stay on them, Alpha. Don't lose them in the fog.
Target profile is razor thin. Hard to hit at medium range.
This is why you use the Morning Star. To just push things around a little bit.
Even at point-blank range, my sensors pick up nothing.
Good. How are you holding up, Delta?
Shielding and armor have a low damage threshold.
Speed and maneuverability are well above average.
Just okay, this is pretty funny.
Limited offensive capability. An excellent reconnaissance fighter in my estimation.
The Oberon has sustained heavy damage. The stealth fighters are getting the best of you, Alpha.
I don't know what you're talking about, Command. I'm just chilling with my buddy over here. We're just having a nice time far away from everything else. It's great. Oh shit. Damn it.
That's enough for the first test, pilots. Our engineers have gathered important data. Good work attacking the Fenris Delta. You caught Alpha Wing off guard. The Oberon's hull integrity has fallen below critical. Looks like a victory for Delta Wing. We will now begin the second test.
I don't know about this test, Command. You're like literally not letting us do anything.
The exercise. Sensors are reading incoming hostiles. Delta Wing, return to the Aquitaine on the double.
Yes, sir. Breaking to attack.
We've got company.
Alpha Wing, your primary and secondary weapons have been rearmed. Hold on to Shevens as the Aquitaine withdraws.
Let's take your good flight.
Aquitaine, set course for the Gamma Draconis jump node. We're pulling you out of there.
Roger that, Commander. Engaging fury drive. Distance from the node is 4,500 meters. We will reach your point in 6 minutes.
God, the Nahimas are really scary. They do so much damage
Incoming jump signature. Hostile configuration.
and are
Class Corvette.
tough enough to kill. Yeah, they're just scary. Okay, I need to be targeting bitch. Oh god. Fam, I took out that thing's main gun. It's fine.
Epsilon has arrived in system, awaiting orders.
God, Aquitaine, I want you to kill this fucking thing.
Yes, sir. Breaking to attack.
Oh my god, it disabled it. Holy shit. Well, now the real problem with this is the fighters won't be able to actually kill it.
Deploying support ship now. Please stand by.
Because it takes the big beam turrets to actually, like, do anything. And the Aquitaine is about to leave. Oh, it's still there. Still possible. So I should move away. Damn, good job, fam. You did it.
Rearming sequence aborted.
Whew. That's one of the harder things to do because you basically have to get way out in front of the Aquitaine to like actually let it start shooting at stuff. Because otherwise,
Return to base, pilots. Well done.
yeah, otherwise it just won't be able to hit it for long enough to do damage. But yeah, we did it. I got that on stream. I'm glad I did.
Well done, pilot. Outnumbered and outgunned, you covered the Aquitaine's retreat through the Gamma Draconis jump node. The Moloch and its fighters inflicted severe damage, and repair crews are now working to get the destroyer back online.
We did it. Yay. Yay is right.
The 64th Raptors are in need of bomber pilots. I've recommended that you
Oh, the bomber missions.
torpedoes, you'll have the firepower to neutralize enemy corvettes and destroyers. We have just received word that Bosch and his rebel fleet are en route to Gamma Draconis. We'll be redeployed ASAP to head them off. Admiral Petrarch will outline the details of our upcoming operation at 2150 hours.
Alright, I'm actually going to do at least a couple more missions because I do like this little bit of, or this next arc quite a bit. But yeah, tired. Tired from shooting.
What is that old scoundrel up to? The tragedy of
It's the line.
remembered as a butcher of innocence. And this assessment is not unfair. I cannot argue with their condemnation or with the verdict of history. The Neo Terran front is an army of stupid cattle, driven by their hatreds, their fears and insecurities. Ignorance is the greatest weapon of tyranny, and old wounds open all too easily. I am merely a fool who created a monster I am now powerless to stop. And so I will play my role to the bloody end. I have given the lost generation something to die for. And now my legacy will be crowned with infamy. What my enemies will never understand is that my rebellion is about my love for humanity, not my hatred of Basudans. In the Gamma Draconis system, the destroyers have returned. And soon the Alliance will learn the method behind my madness.
Damn, there's a lot in there. Yeah, like Admiral Bosch is just self-aware enough to know, like, yeah, the monster that is the xenophobia is out of control, but he frames it as not his problem because, oh, he loves humanity. Isn't that great? Loves humanity, and that's why he did this, not because he hates the Vasudans. And, like, maybe it's even true that he doesn't actually give a shit about the Vasudans enough to, like, do anything, but he sure played everybody else's bigotry up. And yeah, that's the real thing, isn't it? And yes, I am tired of this war. I would like this war to not be intractable. And yeah, we actually can't fight a war on two fronts, so we gotta wrap this one up real quick. So this has only been 18 months, and everything is already horrible. Mainly because nothing was very good after the Great War ended, but yeah, it's bad.
I have reassigned pilots to the 64th Raptors. This squadron will play a bomber and heavy assault role in the upcoming operation. The Artemis will be armed.
Hey, so we get the Prometheus S, which is much better than the original Prometheus in every way. And we get it because we've been in the nebula. Like, we get it because we opened the portal to hell. But yeah, this is probably the best weapon in the game, just from, like, general purpose. It uses a lot of power, but it does a shitload of damage and has absurd range on it.
At 0457, NTF warships entered the Gamma Draconis system and engaged our blockade. So far, we've taken down the NTC Absalon, the NTC Canaxa, and several troop transports. Admiral Petrarch has called in the 64th to assist. The Vasudans are leading the blockade with the GBD Heditet, a Typhon-class destroyer. The Alliance has also set up a network of 5 Mjolnir RBCs, or remote beam cannons. These unmanned experimental weapon platforms discharge anti-warship beams to complement the defense of a strategic target.
So we've got these big scary sentry guns. We don't use them that much after this. And we haven't put their big scary beams on anything else.
Their subspace drives. Your role will be to neutralize the warships with your Cyclops torpedoes. The Iceni has already slipped through our defenses, but we will make every effort to track
Forgot about this detail. We already fucked up and didn't blow up the Iceni. Such is the way of things. We can never blow up the Iceni. Like, even when we have a goddamn blockade, we can't blow up the Iceni. It's great. Also, fun thing is you get a cool looking variant of the Artemis if you do the first SOC loop, which was the spy mission. The main thing is that that at least according to our details here, it's a little bit more maneuverable, but everything else is the same. So yeah, the Prometheus S is a very scary weapon. We got a 1500 meter range, 77 hull, 86 shield, compared to what we've been using, 68 hull, 53 shield, 900 range. So yeah, this thing is scary. It is scary, it burns a lot of power, but is absolutely worth it. Oh, another funny thing about the Artemis is they didn't make it the Athena 2.0. It's actually like the Medusa 2.0. And they gave it 4 hardpoints, but 1 gun mount, so it shoots absurdly fast relative to a lot of other stuff. It's a good time. Yeah, like look at this power draw. Engines. God, the Orion with beam cannons is scary. Because, like, it's a fucking battleship. I do like that these beam cannons, ooh, Jesus, aren't quite placed right to hit things that are not massive destroyers. Oh yeah, that thing's toast. Just overkill that shit, why don't you all? Oh, and the escort is already dead. Wait. I left them in Ulysses. Why the fuck did I do that? And now we're all screwed because you can't dogfight in this bomber that well. God, this beam cannon placement. Oh, shit. God, so many reinforcements because we are losing shit so fast. God damn it. Maybe I should restart this and try it with a better escort, because that sure didn't go well. God, we've lost so many things. Oh, that's what we get paid for, huh? Goody. But yeah, I generally like this little bomber mission arc. Even if everybody gets splashed.
Bombing action of the 64th reduced the offensive capability of the NTF fleet. Our chances of minimizing Allied casualties in Gamma Draconis have improved significantly. The Raptors will be redeployed.
Also, we just killed a shitload of people. Yeah, that's a lot of capital ships at once.
Reconnaissance has located one of the NTF's rallying points within the Gamma Draconis.
I think that's some of the highest, like, amounts of capital ship damage you see in a lot of these missions. And we finally have, like, an actual ambush that works. Or not an ambush, but a blockade that, like, functions. It only took, like, half of the game after we hear about so many failed blockades.
We will deploy additional forces as they become available. You are now authorized to carry the GTM-10 Piranhas, a third-generation version of a synaptic bomb. The Piranha provides a high-explosive anti-fighter screen. Trigger the Piranha's detonation by pressing your launch button a second time.
Ah, yes, cluster bombs. Good thing we've got more cluster bombs now. And we're doing better. Wait, what? Why? Why is this the default loadout? Why on earth would I want all piranhas? Like, what the fuck? Alright, let's go.
Command, we've got a problem here.
Hey, Fel.
Boss jumped already. Heads up. Enemy wing
Welcome
closing.
back.
Should we abort our attack command?
Negative, pilots. Destroy the Vindicator. Neutralize any rebel ship that reaches the rallying point. We'll intercept Bosch at the portal.
Yes, sir. Breaking to attack.
Recon will track down the Iceni. Keep an eye out in case Bosch jumps in from another rallying point.
Roger, command. We'll take him down.
All right, time for I hope whatever you were doing went good. Oh, God.
We've taken down the Vindicator.
Damn, good job, everybody. But we're also kind of dying.
Pilots, the NTC Alba has run our blockade of the Capella jump node. We are tracking the vessel to your
I forgot how much you need to kill the Orion's beam cannons, because they are scary.
Heads up. Enemy wing closing in.
So, I mean, these are fairly modern effects. But yes, the explosions, even in, like, retail FS2, look pretty damn good.
I copy, pilot. Support ship in transit.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I have the build in the title of the streams. This is, I think, from last year. All right, dear. Have a good dinner. I'm probably gonna finish stream relatively soon. Oh, God. Kaboom. Thank fucking God. Alright, good job, everybody. Alright, I'm gonna do next mission. Yeah, next mission and then call it.
You face down fierce resistance and damage the rebel fleet.
Because I want to get to the end of this little arc. And also show off the fruits of the combat evaluation stuff. Nice long stream today too. Yep. And some of this is because I'm trying to get Free Space 2 into 2 streams, because it's like, I want to say 30 to 50% longer than Free Space 1 is. So yeah, slightly longer than normal. Also just, I like this game, I like spending time with this game, and I like showing this game off to people. Because it's a special little thing from 20 years ago that I like showing off and trying to get other people interested in it and all the other stuff attached to it.
Keep an eye out for the NTF Iceni. If this vessel emerges within range, you are authorized to engage and destroy it. Bosch has eluded our forces.
Constantly authorized to engage, never properly able to engage. Such is the life of the Free Space 2 pilot. This is the end game. But it's the end game in the sense of... Okay. God damn it. So, you know who our squadron commander for this is? Commander Beckett? Well, Commander Beckett is our CO for Endgame, which is one of Samuel Beckett's famous plays, where you have 3 people on stage in boxes, which is also referenced maybe slightly in Bocchi the Rock from last season. At least that's where my head went when she performs in a mango box. But yes, I'm a theater girl. So I will talk about them deep cuts. But like, tell me I'm wrong about Commander Beckett and Endgame. They have a writer. I don't actually know Jason Scott's like training or anything, but okay, that's actually not worth it. So yeah, we're gonna do the one mission where we get to fly our little stealth fighter. And the stealth fighter is super fun to fly.
We repelled the MTF's first wave, but they'll make another run. We just received word the Colossus took down the MTC Vanguard. Affirmative.
Also, because I'm pretty sure it has... Like, the way that its stealth works means most fighters won't actually attack you. Which is a lot of fun. Because you can just, like, do a turkey shoot.
And keep an eye on the fighter escort. Don't let those bandits flank you.
God, this thing is so sensitive. Oh my god, so many explosions. But yeah, if you want like real interceptor feeling, you want to fly the little stealth fighter around this mission because it's got the moves. And it can mount Prometheus S's, which, well, okay. Sure, just... God. Also, you can get pretty close to capital ships and they won't shoot at you too much. Oof. Ouchie. Oh good, we got the super weapon. Now everything will be fantastic since we have the super weapon. Fucking Iserlon ass fortress over here. Now the thing is impenetrable. Nothing will happen. Nothing bad can possibly go. Nothing bad will happen here, surely. People talk about Free Space 2, excuse me, people talk about Free Space 2 not having a proper interceptor, and I'd mostly agree if you ignore the existence of the Pegasus, and I forget what the name of the Vasudan stealth fighter is. Because, like, they are actually really effective. Just their one drawback is missile capacity, and I don't remember... And I don't remember if, they... can carry like the trebuchet, but this is one thing where the Colossus, oh dear, is pretty good. Is sitting here and pulverizing one thing at a time. The problem is it's not actually good at attacking multiple things at once. What a convenient time for there to be a malfunction in fire control. Who could have guessed that? Just incredible. Amazing work, everybody.
Should we pursue the Iceni through the portal?
Oh, and don't immediately follow him. No, we'll do that later. We'll give him plenty of time to be in the nebula, because fuck it. We're not even trying to hide what we're doing anymore. Just amazing work, Command. Great work. Have a medal for letting him go. Thank goodness. I love this game. Like, isn't that a Beckett-ass move to, like, conveniently, to show the absurdity of it all? Oh, we can murder all of these other rebels, no problem. But the minute you have the command ship next to this fucking super weapon, suddenly that's when the saboteur shows up. Like, yeah, God, it's so ridiculous. I love it. Like, yes, the saboteur timed everything perfectly. Like, oh yeah. As a cliffhanger for next time, we're getting transferred to work with the Vesudans to help with tensions and morale after the year-and-a-half long war with the Nazis. And we have our entire new main menu for this. Yeah, this is great. Love this stuff a whole lot. But yeah, we get to do a what's it called? An exchange program with the Vesudans now, and fly some Vesudan ships and experience what it's like here rather than just being with the Terrans. So that's gonna be next time. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It's been a really good time. I will probably be back tomorrow, hopefully, to finish streaming this wonderful, wonderful game. And yeah, I hope you all had fun listening to me ramble about all the things in this game, all the things that I connect with this game. Some Legend of the Galactic heroes in there as promised. Yeah, and I guess I'll see who is around to raid. Damn, I could just keep raiding Ari if I wanted to. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. And let's see. Zondra's playing Signalis. I feel like that's thematically appropriate with what we've been playing. It's another space horror game, so I'll send y'all over to Zondra after this. And yeah, thanks again everyone for spending some time listening to me talk about my beloved silly obsession with Free Space 2. All right. I hope everyone is having a lovely end of the year. I will hopefully be back tomorrow to finish this puppy off. And yeah, if I don't, or you miss stream, I hope you have a wonderful new year. and a good start to everything. All right. Bye.